Think this works. What up, y'all? Mic check, mic check. Actually, wait. All right, yeah, we're good. And Kim looks good. Grez, Winjay, J-Mac, Ethos. You said you missed the roller coaster intro scene. I might have to bring that back at some point. At some point, I can do that. But what up, man? We're honestly just gonna blast some D3. Get my Demon Hunter up there to where we can start doing some pushes next week. So all the exciting things about this would be literally just the blasting portion of it. So if you're into D3 things, that's what we'll be doing today. This is obviously one of the best seasons of D3, so I do actually kind of want to do play for a bit. I do have some work to do this weekend, so my streams this weekend won't be as long. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow because it is Sunday, and Sundays are now my days off, so we'll kind of keep it that way. But yeah, finally actually got the God 6 up and running, so I'm excited about that because now I can actually blast something I spent a week struggling trying to do because I could not get gear to drop and stuff. So we're actually doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. So my phone's getting ready to die. Hold up. Down the charger real quick. Simple, man. What's happening? I see it. Yeah, look at that. Yep. Need to get archery in here. Just now I got the Bariza. We're good. It's been a hot minute since you played D3. There's just I guess there's like coming back to it, like gives you somewhat like, you know, sort of like an appreciation of the game itself. Like you're just kind of like, I mean, obviously, I mean, I've always appreciated the game, but it's like it's one of those things where like you haven't played in a while, and it's like you're reminded, you know, about the things that the game actually did do well, right? Combat is so freaking smooth, man. I'm so alright, the combat is so freaking smooth. Yeah, I need some keys now, so we're about to farm for some keys. I probably should try to craft the cane set for my follower. Probably should, you know, would be the ideal thing to do. Also pick up some of these because I need these. Should probably try for some Echoing Nightmare stuff too. Wait a minute. Why is it the music sounds pretty low to me? Maybe not to y'all, but to me. Every season I'm waiting for that sweet moment of at least 5 gods. Oh, you mean 5-piece god? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. In terms of like farming is concerned, yeah. I kind of wish they fixed the like the extra orb thing to work with pets, because if pets kill something, obviously you don't get the extra orb. So it means that like century-based builds are kind of awful for, I don't say awful for farming, but you get one less orb every time. It's just kind of odd. But like sometimes I do actually want to farm with the M6 or whatever. But you know, kind of can't really. Right. Kamik, what's going on? Happy partner anniversary. Thank you. Apparently, it's still my partner anniversary. It was that way yesterday as well. But I guess Twitch is doing it for the weekend. I don't know. I know why my sound is the way it is. I think I probably have it in the room. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's up. What was I ready to do? There's something I'm missing. I need to actually figure out what the next altar thing is because I've gotten most of them so far. Happy partner anniversary. Just noticed icon. Thank you, thank you. How goes it? Hope you're doing well. I thought you'd be high in Paragons by now, blasting on DH. Well, I wasn't here last weekend. Remember, I was in California. I was playing the expansion, or the new Spiritborn class. So when the 3 season dropped, I was literally playing the Spiritborn when it dropped. When the season dropped, so I literally couldn't even play until Tuesday. So I started Wednesday casually. Yeah. So I was actually debating whether I would be playing or not because of the fact that I had like a 5-day, late start. But I mean, here we are. Can still push 150. Oh yeah, I mean the power creep is there. If I want an easy 150, I'll just play Natalia's basically. I can probably do that like 1300 Paragon, 1400 Paragon. But I'm gonna need just a little more Paragon and a little bit more min max if I want to do on the other sets. Like UE, I want to try to get the 150 on UE. I want to get on Marauders. Guy 6 might be challenging. I probably would need a bit more Paragon for that. Like a lot more Paragon for that. But we'll see. Is Maxroll still updating their D3 content? Yeah, they are. Well, kind of. It's mostly like maintenance mode for the most part. But they do update their chill list and stuff like that. Yeah, I need to crack the whatchamacallit.
Yo, Dark Side.
Deftones.
We just got raided, son.
What's up, man?
You know how we do.
Literally
Drop my
just
new
in time.
beat
Just
for these
finished
new
the riff.
viewers. Sheezy out.
What is up, bro?
Rapfasu_Deftones raided my stream with 6 viewers.
What is happening, sir? How's it going? That's actually cool. That's the first time you've seen it? The Stone Mage? For real? Blasting DH 129s. Are you doing them in groups? for solo self-found. The new season on D3, it is. Well, it started last Friday, but I started on Wednesday because I was in California testing the D4 expansion, so kind of a little bit behind on that right now. So I'm playing catch up now. Group, okay. Wasteland, appreciate Wasteland. There you go. Appreciate the follow. It said, is D4? What is D4? Yeah, that was Dashizi, Stone Mage. I used to do content with Dashizi on like my YouTube videos, but they were kind of taking up a bit more of my time than I actually had in terms of creating videos. So I kind of wrote them out of my future content basically. But I might bring them back, just depending. It's just not. It just hasn't really been worth it right now. Like it takes a while to kind of like do the whole like, split personality thing. My hardcore now. You know my connection ain't that. I mean, even with my new connection, my connection is still kind of wonky. Better than what it was before, but not good enough for me to consider hardcore, especially since I'm really late as it is. Playing. I hate this map so much. Why what? What's too much work? More wounds. Oh no, I was in California. Testing out the Blizzard D4 expansion. So there's the Spiritborn class, not the entire expansion, but the Spiritborn class. Yeah. So I was gone for the weekend doing that. So unfortunately, Diablo 3 launched at that same time frame. So I was like, so won't be going for any like, world rank clears or whatever like I usually do, but I guess I can at least do some personal goals, right? How's the new class? Good, very good, very well designed. I'm actually wondering how the other classes are going to be able to kind of keep up in terms of like I wonder how much updating they're going to do to the other classes, considering how well the Spiritborn was designed. But we didn't get a chance to play all the other classes, and this we didn't get a chance to play all the classes or whatever. Just only the Spiritborn expansion. So we have no idea how Spiritborn compares to the other classes in the expansion. But yeah, Spiritborn is a lot of fun. So it's like a witch doctor? No. It's really not like any other class in general. It's like, I mean, if I had this, if I had to give a close or somewhat of what it's like, well, actually, I can't even say that. But like, it has something in common with the monk, because it's kind of like a martial arts type class or whatever. But that's about as close to the monk as it's going to get in reality. But everybody's trying to be like, oh, it's like witch doctor and monk together, or necro monk together, and it's like, no, it's not like that at all. Like, it does not feel like that at all playing it. But sad fact for me this season: use primary recipe on your straight pieces. Straight pierces eternal Barrage. Wasn't expecting the legendary part would change as well. Yeah, the whole thing does, I think. Oh, actually no. So like, I guess when you turn it, so when you make it a primal, it changes the legendary affixes. Or you mean like reforge it? Like if you reforge, yeah, it will change the passive and the legendary affix, right? But I think if you make it a custom primal, it should keep that and just make it a primal. Should. So you saw the primal recipe also changing the legendary fix everything max, but for what cost? I'm surprised it changes the whatchamacallit though. You crack primal rerolls the whole item. That's kind of nuts. Why would I do that? Well, I mean, I guess. No, I mean that. No, I guess that's fair. Cause I mean, it does that anyways for all items in the game. I guess I forgot. Like it does that for all items anyway. So I guess that's just. It's no different than doing a regular legendary, right? Yeah. So I had to remember. It's been a while since I've done it. I got invited to play Spiritborn. He wants to check out a rogue stuff. I really wanted to see the rogue stuff. I really did. I was kind of sad. They blocked us out from seeing that. Yeah, but in terms of the PoE announcement, that announcement was massive. But I can't help but like when I was like watching, streams with the announcement, like there's always like, it's weird because you don't really see it in D4's chat. You don't really see it in Last Epoch's chat, but you see it in PoE's chat a lot. Where there's always comparisons for PoE to other games. Primarily Diablo, obviously, but also Last Epoch. And it's just kind of like, no other game has this kind of content. And LOL, other games dropping their content around PoE's content, knowing PoE's better, yada yada. Like, it's just kind of like, why can't we just be happy for PoE's new content? Got it having to be kind of like playing the comparisons game all the time. Like, it just gets exhausting reading through the chat, trying to enjoy the stream, or if the streamer itself is also participating in that type thing too as well. It's like, yo, talk about PoE. I'm here to listen to PoE stuff. I know what's going on in D4. I play D4 all the time. So I'm not here to listen to D4 banter. I want to hear PoE stuff, right? But the chat is so focused on what's happening in like D4, and it's just like, yo, like let it go. The crazy part is that we actually haven't even scratched the surface on what's to come in the expansion. Blizzard just hasn't talked about it yet. You know how they are. They wait to like later at the last moment or whatever. So like, yeah. I will say this though, given Blizzard's track record of expansions, how much they actually changed the game or have changed the game in the past, I don't see it being, I don't see this being any different. So, but yeah. I'm just biased. How am I biased? I guess what am I saying that leads you to be biased? If I'm in the PoE chat, I want to listen to or hear about PoE. If I'm in the Diablo chat, I want to hear about Diablo. If I'm in the Last Epoch chat channel, I want to hear about Last Epoch. Where's the bias in that? I tune in to listen to that particular content, not half the streamer comparing it to a different game, like, or other games. Like, I want to hear, I mean, there's so much to talk about in PoE. Why can't we just talk about PoE? That makes zero sense to be making all these comparisons. Especially when like when you really feel and know that you're the better game, then you just let the content speak for itself. You don't have to necessarily force that conversation. It's like, if you know you're better, why talk about it? Like, it's almost like sports, right? You don't hear You don't hear like the greatest players on Earth, continuing to keep telling everybody how much better they are. Like, they don't remind everybody how good they are. They just let their play talk for them, speak for them. They're not in constantly, oh yeah, by the way, I'm just letting you guys know I'm better than everybody else. It's like, nah. They don't do that because they don't have to do that, right? But it'd be weird if they did. Like, be kind of awkward. It'd be like, bro, okay, we got you. We got you. We understand. We got you. It's that same thing. And I would do the same thing the other way around too, where like if people were here, completely bashing PoE, I would do the same thing. Like if I'm in the looking at a D4 reveal thing, I want to talk about D4, not, oh man, look at all this stuff coming to D4. Last Epoch can't handle that. Like, you never heard that on my stream ever. Ever. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. That is all I'm saying. But with that being said, I am happy for what PoE has to offer. I'm not surprised. They've always kind of knocked it out of the park when it comes to stuff like this. So GGG is just doing more GGG stuff, right? Being amazing at what they do. Sadly, unfortunately, even with all the new content coming out and stuff for PoE, the one thing I care about the most isn't getting any changes, and it's probably not because it won't until PoE 2, obviously, and that is actually what should I be doing with this? And that is, they can't really change the combat feel, but I guess they don't need to because PoE 2 is coming out. So I guess I could try to reforest just real quick. Ooh, I don't really need crit chance though. At least not with the Barrage. I'm already reforging early. About to waste all of my whatchamacallits. Oh man, I do need a socket though. The goat is D2. Esco, what's going on? Esco Slime, appreciate the Prime anniversary, or sorry, the Twitch partner anniversary shout out. I hate PoE, but I think they're doing really good. Yeah, I don't hate PoE at all. I actually think it's a very good game. I just don't like the combat. It's really the only thing that really bothers me about PoE. It's just not like polished. Rightfully so. They were an indie company when they first developed, the combat and the coding for the combat. So they can't really do anything about it now other than make it better in PoE 2, which is what I'm really looking forward to. I'm actually super excited about the newer combat, and I hope they stick with it. I know not everybody is looking forward to the more slow, methodical combat, but honestly, like, it really needs to be different from PoE 1 or the original PoE. And from what I hear, they're going to continue to update PoE, so it's like, I think it's good that they're taking a risk and doing something different. You don't need PoE 2 to be like PoE 1. Like, it's okay that it's different. You can appeal to a different, a slightly different audience. If Jordan played D4, would he be the go-to? I don't know. Maybe. I was watching you when season 4 came out. So it's sad that Diablo gets dry so soon for you. Season 4 actually had one of the longest staying powers of any of the other Diablo seasons, and that's because of obviously the itemization rework. But it lasted for about 2 months before people started really dropping off, which is actually really, really good. I don't think people really understand, like how good that is. Generally speaking, seasons don't last for like more than like maybe a month. Like if you get a good month out of it, like your season was good. It was considered good, like in any game really, right? But the fact that D4 got 2 months, a good 2 months before people started really dropping off, that's a huge success for this particular season. But yeah, I mean, games just don't have enough content for the blasters to keep blasters interested in for a whole 3 months. Like most games don't. That's why people go from game to game to game to game all the time, because there's just not enough for you, to hold you for, long enough to keep you around, which is fine. I mean, but the Blast from Last Epoch at the moment, and one of the only hard pass daily league for me. Don't like SimCity stuff. Wait, the next league? You're not gonna play the next league, Envy? Okay. J Mac was I'm waiting for D4 new season, so I'm gonna try a new PoE season because come out before now. For now, play D2R. When does the PoE league come out? Is it next Friday or upcoming Friday? Four days? Thursday? Thursday then? Thursday? When is it? Thursday? Okay, how do I want to, what am I do now? The Kane's boots. And his gloves. The 26th, okay. It's not cloak, it's pinch, right? Oof. That could do whatchamacallit there. Just reroll the whatchamacallit, that's fine. So we don't need to do anything there. Nope, that's about it. That's all I gotta do. Although I don't know. Do I want to do the Guardian on my Enchantress suit? I don't know. I guess I could. I would need the Warrior Ring though. I don't have another one quite yet. I guess I can go ahead and craft the whatchamacallit first and then go back. It's actually not that bad. Alright, let's go for belts. Armor belt. Because eventually I'll go back and try to do me a warrior ring. Actually, I probably should go ahead and go. Why not? The 26th, 5 days. Okay. Well, the 26th is a Friday, right? So, I mean, that's, I guess it's 8:24 p.m. for me. So that would be what, 6? That would be, yeah, I guess 6 days. 6 days. You said I'll check out PoE 2. Oh, absolutely. The combat looks great. Honestly, I could care less about anything else in PoE 2, but the combat looks so good, though. I'm actually super excited about that. I wasn't gonna do. Oh yeah. Let's go ahead and equip the enchantress. But for stuff, for extra keys. Not spending all this time not doing keys. Let's do that. That. Put that there just cause. And we can. Okay. So we did that. We'll go ahead and do some bounties, I guess. Sure, one. These aren't that bad. You still haven't gone to your legacy characters from last season? I need to do that in both games, actually. I don't know why I struggle with like holding on to them. I have no reason to, and yeah, I do anyways. Did I see Bronny James play the Summer League? Yeah. If you can call what he's been doing actually playing. He's had like 2 good games, or two decent. Yeah, he's had 1 good game, 1 decent game, and like 3 horrific games. So I don't really know what to think at the moment, but he started out being really bad, like awful bad. Like, bro, you don't belong here, bad. From the eye test, what do I think? Well, now that he's had some decent games, I feel like I'll put it this way. I still don't think he's really ready for the NBA. Like, at all. But I do think that he learns quick. And it's hard not to when you're on your dad. Like when you have a dad like, LeBron or whatever like that. So he adapts quickly, he learns quickly. But he's not fully ready for what it takes to be in the NBA. Like he's just not there yet. I think he'll be a decent player in time. I just don't think that time is now. He's not level 100 yet. I guess yeah, and not only that too, but there's also a lot of pressure on him to perform because everybody's looking at him, right? I mean, obviously everyone's so obviously obsessed with everything he's doing because his dad is so like I actually kind of feel bad for him because like how do you play and like I guess in a sense even if he was better than what he was, how do you consistently play well with that type of pressure on your shoulder all the time? I can't imagine. Like I'm walking into an arena and everyone expects me to be like perfect because my dad is LeBron James. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a lot of stress. Like every move, every step, like every dribble you take, turning your head a certain way is like being captured by everybody. Like every little action is under microscope by the entire internet. I can't really imagine that type of pressure. So like, I mean, it could, that could be a thing too, right? Where he's just really young and doesn't really know how to deal with that. And I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, if I was in his shoes, I don't know either if people were looking at me like that, expecting me to be bad at the start and then, keeping me under a microscope. I mean, that's tough. That's rough. I don't think anyone really talks about it like that, but it's true. It's really the truth. See a 2.3 points per game career average. Not anymore. Are we talking about Summer League? It was the first 3 games, but like after his last 2 games, it's a little higher than that. But I mean, I'd probably look for another career of LeBron with my dad. Yeah, I'd probably do the same thing. But again, like I say, it's easy to criticize when we don't have to worry about that kind of internet or media scrutiny, right? None of us are in that situation or position. Dude's a good kid. He doesn't seem like he's egotistical. He's not, waving around, yo, LeBron's my dad or whatever like that. He's actually tends to be a pretty decent, kid with the, decent head and the shoulders. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's just rough for him right now. I just don't think he's there yet, though. And he's going to have to learn how to deal with that pressure. I think that's, honestly, in my opinion, the number one thing. How do you deal with that catastrophic pressure on your shoulders on a day in, day out, basis? Simic, appreciate you, man. Thank you. He just said that's too much shoes to fill. Yeah. Absolutely, man. I have been watching awful coach videos though of LeBron, and that's been kind of hilarious on both ends. It's interesting that awful coach's videos are very fair. Like he would absolutely just like destroy you if you do bad, but he will absolutely give you your praises if you do good. Like he ain't biased at all. No, not LeBron's a coach. Alpha Coach is like a content creator. I actually found him through YouTube recommending him or whatever, and I was curious to see his thoughts on LeBron or whatever, and I've been kind of really hooked on his takes or whatever. He's very knowledgeable and pretty ragey, but it's tolerable. Did I fish a good 150 yet? I just started playing on Wednesday. Kind of casually. So no, not yet. I'm only Paragon 700. I just got my guy 6 set up and running, so it's gonna be a bit before I actually start pushing, probably like next week. I'm assuming maybe Tuesday before I actually really get into like my first attempt at pushing something. The GM. I really want to go through that, but I'm not going to. Bam is not American according to them.
I wish I could do that.
Am I gonna get the warrior ring first try tonight? I need to take some time probably next week to update my playlist here. I know I got like 1,800 songs, but I need to go through and, and add a couple of hundred more. Been about probably a good 7 to 8 months since I've added anything to this playlist. Also remove some things too. Yeah, and beat is not American. Although I'm pretty sure that's common knowledge now, right? No? Kind of already got bored. D3 did 100 on hardcore, 130 on softcore. I don't like Grinding Paragons to push. That's fair. I mean some sets are gonna require more Paragon than others. So like I think honestly it's more so for me, it's not necessarily as much as the Paragon grind as it is the fact that I like the ethereal season itself. Like I like the ethereal grind. Having to find the ethereals or whatever. I thought that's fun to me. So I don't care as much about the Paragon as I do about just, getting my gear right. If that makes sense. Getting my augments, getting my all that stuff. Usually I don't really ever get past like around 3,000 or 3,500 Paragon season usually. I think one season I did hit 4K. And I play solo, so it also takes a little longer too. But yeah, I don't really grind Paragons like that myself. You don't think you reached DK ever? Oh, boo, really? This is what I got? 2 shoulders and the thing. Alright, reset. Just the theories are rerollable in the cube. It is not a long grind until you get a Leo one. Well, I mean, I guess you can also like. I won't say like. I'll put it this way. So yeah, that is true. But you still need like Squirts is very hard to roll. Knife Series and good, most Quivers are very hard to roll. So like, the bottleneck becomes Forgotten Souls. Like if you want really good rolls of some pieces of gear, like you might be better off just literally just trying to find the ethereal in some cases rather than trying to continue to reroll ethereal item if you already got a decent one versus some of the other items that are actually harder to roll actually. But I mean, I guess that also just depends on the set and the build you're playing too. So there is some depends in that equation. But you're not wrong. But like I don't think I'll be. But Forgotten Souls are basically your bottleneck for re-rolling, because you're gonna have so many bounty mass from just trying to get keys, using the visions or whatever. Yeah. I plan on playing D3 for like about, let's see, today is Saturday, so probably like another like week roughly, and then the following week is basically most likely Maxroll work for build updates and stuff, because hopefully we'll have patch notes somewhere maybe late next week or something. So we'll be able to kind of go through all the build updates and stuff. And so that's going to keep me busy. And I'll probably do some of that on stream anyway. So yeah, I got about a week roughly of D3 grinding, and then that'll be kind of it for me. I just hate that I started so late. Also, let me ask you a question. What's going on with Last Epoch right now? There's been, I don't play, so I don't know. But someone said something about is it GM or G something? Like something was wrong with the season thing or whatever. There are people that were not happy about something in the season. But I couldn't get a straight answer from anyone. So like, what's going on? Like it started out good. Like the first couple of days, 3 days roughly was really strong numbers wise. And then DM today, when I was watching him earlier, was saying that he doesn't want to play Last Epoch anymore. He says he can't. He doesn't feel like grinding anymore in that game. And I'm just like, wait, what? I thought you was a huge fan of it. He says he still likes it. He just doesn't feel like he can like grind for a long period of time on Last Epoch. And I'm just like, oh, okay. As I heard, the Go exploit messed up the market guild. That was the start of the downfall. So like, but if you play solo self-found or solo account found or whatever that's called, like you wouldn't care, right? Like, so is that still like good? Good to go? That's what I was saying, Envy Rogue, I think. You said the gold exploit though, but I mean that happens. Unfortunately. There's a dupe bug. What was it? What was it? Yeah. Simic, I get what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. I think for me, honestly, like I used to be that way. I think I tend to be a little bit more min-maxy now because I create content. So I have more of a reason to min-max in general. Right? As a content creator, because you want to show off, you know, as best of a version of a build as you possibly can, given the amount of hours you have, right? But before I was making content, I was just like you in that sense, where you're just like, you know, I got something that was good enough, reached my goals, and then I stopped playing. So I totally get it. Yeah, I think back then, before I became a content creator, I'd play D3, even back then in those seasons for maybe about a week and a half, 2 weeks max. And that was it. Not because I thought the season was good or bad, but more so of I did everything I wanted to do personally. So
I am returning to town.
Denario, what's going on? The keys I got from those, only 16. Probably should have kept that broken crown. Oh well. How are you enjoying God Demon Hunter? The same as usual. It's a great speed farmer, obviously. I think, in my opinion, God Demon Hunter gets pretty boring pretty fast for me. More so in like the pushing scenarios. Like I don't like pushing with God 6 at all. It's really bland. I'm more of a person that likes to be active, so like I like the UE multi-shot type stuff, but God 6 is so chill to farm with that it makes sense why it's like, you know, everybody's favorite farming set. And I get it. I wish UE was stronger because I would rather I'd farm with that personally. I don't know how many years and I still don't understand God push. It's dumb, man. It really is. It's just absolutely stupid. I hate it. What secondary stats did I pick on my ethereal? Well, I mean, I've only been playing for like a couple of days, so I don't think I actually had a choice. This is the only Barrage I found, so this just kind of is what it is. The fact that I found a Barrage, I'm just happy about, so we're just gonna leave it at that for now. Really? One floor? Wow, lame. Found one-hander ethereal with Fortress Ballista bonus. Yeah, I actually found a couple of one-handers. It took me for a while to do that, actually. Speaking of which, Hydra Bow. I think I'm gonna do like dual. I think I'm gonna do dual generator God 6 push. So I'm not like bored on my mind doing these pushes. It's the first time you see a one floor. I've had several of those this season alone. The game likes to troll me, man. Combo with Dawn. He said, and Kieran and Q. What is Kieran now? Can you refresh my memory? What's Kieran? I see you run DH here and Rogan D4. You always play these fast dex classes, or have others that I like. I mean, I like Sorcerer and D4. I like Wizard and D4. I like Monk too as well. But I mainly play classes that require a lot of buttons to push. That's kind of my thing. So like anything that requires like high micro, whatever classes has builds like that, I gravitate towards. So Demon Hunter was an obvious choice because back then, especially UE multi-shot was like one of the hardest builds to push with because you have to be really good at stutter stepping. Like you can't play that build standing still. So lots of micro and button pushing to and involved for that. I still didn't get the key. I mean the ring. Guess we go again. So most builds in Diablo 3 are very I just didn't really care for them, honestly. A lot of them were very melee based. Didn't really, don't really require much from the player to achieve, and that's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But they don't keep me interested. I put it that way. Like, what? That was something I was ready to say. So just getting one key. Only just one key drop? Shame. Must have missed out. I play in French. Knife Siri. Oh, Knife Siri. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so for me, it will be Bariza with the entangling shot, hopefully. Entangling shot or vengeance. If I get, actually probably vengeance. Well, I don't know. if I can get the Odyssey's in affix on here with maybe, I don't know, numbing traps or something like that, or any of the 5 passes that are good, then I'm Gucci for God 6. If I don't do dual generator, then I might want something like maybe the 9th series ability on the Bariza, and then go a holy point shot here. So I can get the extra elemental damage, which is like, you know, about a 16% buff. If I max out my elemental damage out, you know, everywhere else. So I can do it that way too, but definitely the dual generator is going to be more damage anyway. So I'll probably just stick to that. To Bariza is hard. It's hard to find, yeah. But Bariza is definitely stronger for God 6. Like it's not even a contest really. However, I think for like speed though, like if you're just doing T16s or whatever like that, I think the one-hander is actually more efficient. Just as long as you put a ruby in the one-hander, by the way. The ruby in the one-hander is actually better than the crit damage gem. It's another short floor. Yep, ruby's better in the one-hander. Yep. Crazy, huh? Since when? Since season 24, when we first did it. I made a video about it a while ago. Woody made a video about it. Like, you know, like years ago. It's because of the dual ruby. No, not dual ruby, just ruby on one. Just ruby on just the one-hander.
Fortune favors the bold.
Well, you can't do a will 2 doom slingers. You're going to do 1, right? So but generally, like Doomslinger with the ruby and a quiver is better than Doomslinger with crit damage, or with the emerald and like another dual will weapon. So in order for that to be better, you need a quiver. I'll put it that way. Huckett, what's going on, man? It's been a minute. How you been though? Dies a high APM grade. He's a StarCraft 2 for sure. Yeah. He said D4 also, right? Yeah, exactly. I'm the same way in D4. That's why I gravitate towards a rogue. Same reasoning. I like pushing a lot of buttons. So I gotta push buttons. Like for instance, like minion necro would like put me to sleep, man. I can't do it. I don't hate on any class or any builds or anything, but man, I literally would not be able to stay awake if I played necro minions. Yeah, I got the ADHD. When it comes to like gaming, pretty much, like I'm not even gonna lie, I have to be pushing buttons. I gotta feel like I'm doing something to earn my kills in some way, shape, or form. And I guess that just comes from playing other games. Competitively or whatever, where every click, every keystroke or whatever, like needed to have meaning. If you want to beat your opponent or whatever. So I can't like I can't unthink that that thought process. Or I can't undo that. Yeah, I was about to say, I've been good. How about you? Still trying to recover from this double hernia surgery I had 3 months ago. Literally 3 months ago. I'm still kind of having issues. I go back to the doctor again this week on Tuesday, so hopefully we can get some news, better news maybe. But we'll see. Am I still on medical leave? Yeah. Yeah. That's the crazy part. Tactical advantage. You may have 2 additional centuries. Ooh, fast shoulder. It's puzzle rings. But yeah, I got work next week that I can't go to, so I've had to get my replacements basically, or tell my replacements what to do. I can still write the music and things, which I have to have done by early next week or whatever. So I might actually do a music stream, a music writing stream, like maybe Monday or Tuesday, depending on how much work left I have to get done. But yeah. Anyone listen to his new album? It dropped already. I've heard like a song or two, and I watched a music video, but I didn't hear the whole. I didn't know that his whole album's dropped already. All right, this will be the last time I do bounties. If I don't get the ring, I just don't get the ring. Be fine. Get it later. Bro, I just salvaged. Like, not even like 2 minutes ago, and I'm like already full. Bruh, I gotta go back to town. Like, not even 2 minutes, man. Not even 2 minutes. Dude is yelling at people again. So Slim Shady's back. Just like, you know, in that one song, or yeah, I didn't know it came out. I gotta go give it a listen. Good. This is a good chest. I'll salvage that. Alright, let's go ahead and make this swap now. Salvage that. Throw this up in here. Go ahead and trade this for something. Do that. That works. And back inside. Didn't know you had an album. I don't know anything anywhere that doesn't relate to raising kids. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with much of anything, so I'm kind of out of the loop. myself. I saw the music video because everybody was telling me about it, but it's supposed to be his last album. Yeah, I'm sure. M will be rapping until he's like 70 something. Watch. The kill name change like Donald Go. Any reason for the switch back to D3? At the new season. And it's a good one. So everyone loves ethereals. So including myself. Not to mention there's nothing going on in D4 right now anyway, so we got 2.5 weeks before the next season comes out, so it's quite common to do other things until till next season comes. Bro, how many times have I been to this blacksmith in that one vision? I'm not complaining. I do need gear. I ain't gonna lie. Need to extract this though. Okay, back in to pick up all the other gear again. Eating crossbow. NAS 150 wasn't bad, but M6 wins out for now. And when you say wins out, like, you mean like stronger this season? Or you just prefer playing it over Nats? I'm still mad they nerfed M6 and like left Nats untouched for some strange reason, like 2 seasons ago. Like, bruh. Okay, that's encouraging. I'm probably gonna do M6 with multi-shot anyway. I'm not even gonna do whatchamacallit? Cluster arrow. Which I think is actually kind of I think honestly this is probably one of the better seasons to do it anyway. Multi-shot with Marauder. I mean, it's still not better than Cluster Arrow. Like it's, but it's closer this season than it usually would be because of the extra key passive or extra passive that's important that you normally don't get. One. Whereas like with Marauder, you can pick up something that it's kind of nice. But with multi-shot, you're always having to choose between steady aim or ambush, and now you can actually get both. That's a pretty big deal. Yeah, 10 out of 13 gear slots on your primal on your demon hunter. Oh, nice. Are you like a collector? Like you like to collect things? I think I should keep this glove. This glove is actually kind of okay. Nah, I won't keep it. How strong is Sanctified, Strafe, and Pale compared to Ethereals? Well, I mean, are you comparing? So I'm confused because Impale doesn't have a ethereal dagger, so like Impale doesn't get anything for ethereal. So Strafe Impale is going to be a lot stronger than anything for Impale for Ethereal season, because there are no Ethereals that work with Impale, which is very unfortunate for Impale. Where was I? Trying to kill. Right here? Now I guess Farmer Prime was to reroll Ethereals in your wizard. Just happen to be super fast on DH. Gotcha. Alright. Wanna trade luck? Maybe actually. Took me forever to get to where I, to be able to, somewhat farm this character. Especially with the not back on weapon messing up thing. Yeah. Gotcha. Also, the no gen multi-shot Marauder version is actually kind of good this season too, because there's not back on the bow or whatever. You can have to go strong arms now. Since you don't really need wraps, since you're doing a no gen, so the extra additive damage actually is quite nice to have. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to it. Do the visions? I have been doing the visions. How long you been watching? I've done like 4 of them so far, but I'm trying to get the ring. So I'm trying to do bounties. I know I get mass from them. I'm aware, but that isn't the goal right now. Not right now. But yeah, I've done a few of them as they've been kind of on the way. If you're new here, when you get a moment, definitely go on to YouTube, like my YouTube for a bit, and like scroll down to when you start seeing my D3 content.
I wish I could.
Dre, appreciate the follow, man. Laughing Gore, where'd you go, bro? Yeah, tummy rubs. That's good news though, because I didn't really plan on playing Nats, or I didn't want to play Nats seriously. So if I can have Marauders as my serious set for the main leaderboard or something, or for the main 150, that'd be great. Because I hate Nats. so far away. All right.
Returning to town.
And that's what's the real start of the season. I hate every moment of it. Well, for me, I just didn't even bother trying to get the 6 piece because I wasn't even strong enough to farm. I didn't have any good enough gear to actually even try to farm the whatchamacallit. The game doesn't want to give me a ring, y'all. The game doesn't want to give me a ring, so screw it. Screw it. Back to GRs. Don't even care. The ring is really for my follower. Like I've already cubed one already, so that's fine. But it's really for the follower. That's okay. Doesn't work like that. You'll get it in your next run, I'm sure. Denario with the sub. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Trying to reach my partner plus goal for the month. So that is definitely appreciated. We'll go cold a week, I guess. That's what I want to change. That's about it. Have you seen me playing D3? Yeah, this is a good season, so I didn't want to skip. Denario with the 5 gifted subs. Also appreciate you. Oh, and Tummy Rubs, I don't know if you're still here, but the one thing I really want to farm with Marauders, especially like my no-gen multi-shot Marauders, but unfortunately the whole like extra orb thing is still bugged with pets or whatever, so that includes sentries, which sucks, and it's gonna permanently be like that for like the remainder of time. But yeah. If there's one season I kind of wanted to farm with Marauders, this is kind of it. But even though God 6 and Bariza's godlike, obviously for farming, I've always had a special place in my heart for no gen M6 multi shot if I can actually farm with it at some point. You say you're already at 800 Paragons because you've been peppering for 150 soon. Yeah, I got a late start because I was in California this past weekend testing out the expansion class. I'll put it that way. So I've been sort of kind of behind. So I didn't actually start playing a little bit until Wednesday, and even then I was pretty casual Wednesday and Thursday. So only late yesterday did I finally get like a 6-piece set going. So yeah. Let's see, what do I want to be? I guess pest pickup, death breast. I don't care about that. I guess this actually would be pretty nice to have right now, but let's see. Versus elites, so I want to take that. 5% damage. Damage versus bosses. So this is just the little things now. Good. We'll go ahead and take that. I gotta get a whatchamacallit. I guess I could try to go ahead and craft a couple. See if I got. Do I have enough whatchamacallit to do it? Oh, I don't have the recipe. I gotta go to Act 2. Should figure out how to do that. There you go. Yeah, alright, I gotta buy the whatchamacallit. You were doing D4 stuff, yeah. Oh, the Cali trip was good. Cali trip was good. I don't obviously regret going instead of playing this weekend. But I would have loved to be able to play this season at the start, so I could, you know, go for like, you know, high level clears or rank 1 clears, rank 1 world clears or whatever for the weekend, like I normally do. So that kind of took a lot of the wind out of the sails for wanting to like grind, but it is what it is. It's got to be an ancient, right? Yeah. And you can't reforge these either, so it just kind of is what it is. All right. Guess I can kind of go higher now. You missed my Spiritborn stream. What's the best come up for the class? I mean, hard to say. I mean, keep in mind we're stuck at level 30, right? You know, so we couldn't level any higher than that. So the build we got was very strict. I'll put it that way. So, and we didn't have access to all the aspects and uniques or whatnot. So like, it's hard to really say what will end up being the best combo because of the limited access we had of playing the expansion in general. But people were very interested in Woody's Eagle Jaguar combination thing, but I think it was something that was kind of busted, that it wasn't supposed to be that way, you know, bugs or whatever. So that build or his setup isn't gonna make it past that point. So it's hard to say, but Centipede was really strong because Poison is always very strong early game. So Centipede was very was a lot of people's favorite of those who tested the Spiritborn. Right. Most fun, also hard to say. I actually have fun with things I normally wouldn't have fun with. Like I actually like playing Gorilla, which was, you know, like a tank spirit, right? Tank spirit, a little slower paced or whatever. So it just felt good to hit things with gorilla based skills or whatever, and it, as well as the ultimate, it felt very impactful. Even though it's not a style of play I normally would play, it was really good. But Ego is probably what I will end up kind of gravitating towards, just because, well, it actually has some range skills. As well, so it has a mix between some melee and range skills. So, but it'll probably be like Eagle, Jaguar, or pure Eagle, maybe. Maybe basic attack Eagle, because there's a unique that actually makes your basic attack do like some really cool things. It's not just more damage like some of the other aspects. It's like it actually makes it do cool things. So like that's kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe even Eagle Gorilla. This probably seems super weird combination, but I don't know. We'll see. Uh, we've actually had a lot of conversations today in our Maxroll meeting about like, you know, who's gonna do what for the Spiritborn class. You know, write guides and stuff. Who's gonna main it? All those things. I think I can go a little higher. I think I'm about doing like maybe like 120s or whatever. As long as I do them in like between 2 and 3 minutes, I'm fine roughly. I'm not the ultra like minute and 30-second type dude. I need some resistance when I play, otherwise I'm gonna get bored too quickly. So I tend to farm slightly higher, a little longer. Yeah, I don't even have my. I only have one gym leveled up so far, or leveled up to a decent level so far. I gotta get my Taeguk and my Actually, I don't even know if I want to do Taeguk. Actually, I wonder if I probably should level up my I guess Taeguk is fine. I was gonna probably do my what's it called? I actually forgot the name of the gym. Wow, it's been a while. The freaking green gym. What is the freaking green gym called? God, it's been forever. Not Simplicity Strength.
I may be able to help you.
Being at the trap. Yes. I was like, wait a minute, like I couldn't remember the name of the gym. Yeah, because I mean I'm freezing all the time, so it's kind of like I wonder if I plan on doing dual generator anyway for the push. So like I'm not gonna use Taeguk anyway for the push. But Bane the Trap is the most used gym in the game. With Stricken being the second most. But yeah. But generally speaking, on my God 6 builds, I generally don't use Taeguk. Unless I'm doing not Taeguk, sorry. I don't use Bane of the Trap unless I'm doing dual generator. I actually prefer Zays over traps for speed farming in most cases. Simply just because I tend to not run through things and I can kind of get more of the bigger bonuses from the way that I play God 6. I prefer Zays. Really. If that's pretty bad. But I guess this season, of course, with your freezing, like I said, you know, trap has a bit more value because it's easier to actually get the bonus up, which is what it was previously. It's so bad. I guess this so pretty bad. It's easier to line things up that way with Zays if you're not zooming through everything up close. Well, I mean, the thing is that it used to, or not used to, like Well, I guess yeah. Used to in previous seasons, other than obviously the season with the Bariza, it was kind of hard to activate trap unless you're close to them when you're playing God 6. So like you end up not really getting much of the trap bonus when you're doing speed farming unless you're right on top of them, because that's really the only slow that you have that's it's the only crowd control you have that activates your trap is you literally being up close. So since a lot of your arrows hit before you reach the mobs or whatever, then you're not really getting the trap bonus as much unless you're trying to run through them. And if you're running through them, you risk losing your squirts unless you're running Fortress. So there's a lot of things you're gonna have to have, going for you to make trap work, which is why I've always preferred Zays. Because it's always active even if you're closer, your arrows extend pretty far out or whatever. But this season, of course, different story because, you freeze now, so it's like trap is up, considerably more often than it used to be for speeds. Yeah, true. And you also don't have to be that far. You don't have to be as far as people think to really get the full bonus. Zays, since it rounds up or whatever. Alright. All you gotta do is be 41 yards to get the 50-yard bonus. It's closer than people think. Salon, also appreciate the follow. I don't know if I gave a shout out there. That was a stupidly good map too.
You have a gem? I am returning to town.
All this gold, I might as well just go ahead and start empowering. Even if it is expensive at this tier. Lost my squirts. Stupid dudes like right at the wall, eating up all my pierces. Same thing here. I couldn't click the pylon. It wouldn't let me click the pylon. This is such a bad run. Right on top of my head. Yeah, not gonna lie, digging a D3 just looks just more fun than D4. I mean, some aspects of it. I like Greater Rifts better than like dungeons or even pits. The combat feels better. Even though like D4's combat is good, it's still very good. There's something about the fluidity of D3's combat in terms of animation canceling that D4 just simply doesn't have. Especially when it comes to stutter stepping, it's a chore to stutter step in D4, whereas in D3 it just feels so fluid, like effortless. Really? I have that many shards left over? That's such a bad run. I still gotta remember that my gear isn't all that great yet, so I gotta be patient with myself, especially in the defense category. That's a better whatchamacallit. Turns up more. And
Such a brave soul.
we got quivers.
Overburdened. Fate smiles on you. See you soon.
Johnny T, what's going on? Loving the jam. Throwback. So D4 has always been clunky. Been saying that since day one. I don't know if I would use clunky as the right word. But I guess if you're comparing it to D3's mechanics, I guess, then yeah, I can see that. But there are certain skills though, man, that like really pisses me off when I try to like animation cancel, move out of it. Puncture is one of them, which is why I cannot stand that skill to save my life. It just feels awful to use.
Hello there. I didn't even know I had that thing. Let's see what happens, shall we?
I was reading Guardian versus All Good debate on forums. You had some good responses,
That is too expensive.
but that was a while ago. I haven't visited those forums in like forever. Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I've actually like literally visited those forums. I used to be I guess a mainstay there, man. I used to post so much. Verconis, what's going on, man? It's been a minute. How you been? Denaria. Why? I don't know, man. RNG is RNG, man. Hell, my Barrage has multi-shot on it. Appreciate the follow. Are you back on D3? Were you in the last 6 months? I haven't seen around D3. I didn't care for the last D3 season, which was what was the Omni Cube or something like that, which didn't do anything for Demon Hunters. So there was really no reason for me to come back for that season, for last season. I did play the season before that though, a little bit. But, I mean, I only played for like maybe a couple of weeks, if that. And just kind of wait until the next D4 season comes out. So it's you know, D3 is a stopgap filler in the sense that, you know, if it's a good season, I'll play kind of thing. You know, and remind me what it felt like to play D3 again in a sense. That's it. Hill 6, we should have followed him. Actually gonna drop it down. Sinjaka Mo, what's up, on? I see you on YouTube. How you been, man? Can you you can't augment in Ethereal, can you? I don't remember, honestly. You can? Oh, okay, cool. Where the elites at? Is my ultra done? No. Nope. I got most of the important things. I gotta get the other, like, I gotta get the Triune circles. But I do get the pylon stuff. But I got I got most. I'm not gonna do the staff just because the only benefit I get from that would be the double primal thing, and I don't think I'm gonna play long enough to really get the benefit out of that. So, especially not for how long it takes to actually, you know, craft the staff. So I'm just not gonna do that. I can deal without the double death breaths and the double bounty mats. I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I do have to craft the ancient hellfire. That's gonna take some time. They made a change drop race. Me and the friends finish your staff in like 2 hours. That's still a long time for me, man. I mean, I know it takes like, I know in previous seasons before they changed the drop rate, it was horrendous, but like that's still 2 hours, man. That's 2 hours I could have been farming for something that like 2 hours is a long time of not farming, especially like this early in the season. That's a long time. For me, that is. So yeah, I'd rather not, to be honest. Again, the double death breaths and the death breath pickup thing, or double bounties, whichever one you don't do for the last two things for the staff, ain't really worth it for me. Although the double promo might be nice though, but yeah, still don't want to do the staff for it. You cried in 10 hours. You're trying to make this staff, bro. Yeah, I did it once, and I told myself never again, never again, and I meant that. Like I've never did it again. For that, I'll pick up that. Care for any of the others? No.
I'm skilled at clarifying gems. I am returning to town.
Season 28, the effects of pulling a 30-hour session because I wanted to finish everything, but the final step was torture.
How satisfying.
Oh, 84%, nice. I probably need to put a Fortress Ballista in the cube at some point.
I will use this. Are you ready? Ooh, that's nice. I'm overburdened. You look like you could. I didn't even know I had that thing. Anything could happen. I can't carry any more. I had that thing.
All those quivers.
Don't forget, luck always changes.
Kind of do want a cold quiver though, or possibly got 6, especially for farming. Like my ultimate setup would have a holy point shot instead of a knife series, and then have a knife series effect on the Bariza. Like for farming, that would be ideal. So maybe we'll hold on to that one as a start. This is a speed build. Yeah, it's just got 6. Nothing out of the ordinary. Not too much customization yet because I just got my set up and running. So actually, where am I going? I'm just trying to shoot for 2,000 Paragon before Monday so I can get a tie done with more ease. Yeah. I plan on playing I plan on streaming pretty much primarily D3 the next week-ish. So I guess whatever I can get accomplished in like 1 week. Also got a lot of work to do in terms of music writing for the schools I would usually work for. So I got to finish that up this week as well. So I got to kind of split my time between doing both of those things. So yeah, I'll probably play like about maybe 4 or 5 hours of D3 per day, which is my streaming time. I don't know how much is that's going to allow me to really do all the things I want to do in D3 before I'm back to primarily D4 again. But we'll see. I plan on recording in 150 runs. Okay. Yeah, this is a fun season though. So like I plan on playing all the sets I want to play. Like I'm not gonna push for Shadow just because there's no ethereal for it, so I don't really feel like it. I'm debating on Nats. I might skip that depending on how much time I have. But definitely gonna do Marauders, Yui, and probably God 6 will be the 3 sets I'll push for sure. Past that point, I don't know. See the time I have left. Yui is gonna be my most fun though, because Yui is always like my favorite set. Impresses you that Shadow and Fail doesn't have Ethereal. I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just give like the repeating crossbow like the melee tag or something, so Shadow can use it or something. I don't know. Missed opportunity in my opinion, but. I know when they do Angelic Crucible again, Shadows. I mean, yo, with Shadow's buff, yeah, absolutely, man. Like, insane. That and of course the altar too, because we had the altar or something we didn't have with the Crucible. So like, yeah, it's gonna be Shadow's Strafe and Pale is gonna be nuts. Yui, yeah, I guess Yui too. Yeah, sure. Alright, got 2 Hydra bows off of that. Parents, what's going on, man? You got your lobster today? You gonna DoorDash me something? I'm good, but I appreciate it though. What I'm not looking forward to, Marvin, is Cluster Arrow. Um, Angelic Power. I hated that so much with a passion, man. God, that was so awful. Anyone else getting audio not synced with the video? Have we tried refreshing? I would assume someone would have said it by now. I think if they were getting it too. But welcome back, Gore. That barrage removes area damage, right? It did, yeah. It was very yeah. I hated that. I guess it was just it just felt so awkward to play, man. With a little short, like, you know, beam or whatever, because you kind of had to go to cluster bomb room to really do any real damage. It's gonna be even worse now, considering that they nerfed Marauders in the final patch two seasons ago. So I think I might just skip that sale altogether. I don't think yeah, I don't know. But it'll be Yui and Impale first for sure. Like Yui and Impale season for sure. That season.
I need to go back.
There's either that or you did the Vengeance one that made you explode with 20 HP. That one was also pretty terrible too, man. Like, it was awful. This is actually not a bad win for us. It's actually got stuff you actually want on it. It's got the Fortress Ballista. You actually do want that. It's got Steady In. You do want that. 94% damage. close. Yeah, this is actually a usable one. This one's trash. This is. Okay, we got that. I got actually quite a few UE gloves. I'll take that. I should hold on to the quarter Sherma. Put that in the main slot though, so I don't forget that I got it. Actually, let's go ahead and do that now. Go ahead and give her that now.
This is well crafted.
I kind of don't want to keep it, but I'll keep it. You need a wine plug on the reel. I got diamonds on both ears today too. It sounds like you had an eventful day, man. Let's see, put that there. Try to figure out what I'm gonna do for augments first. Like, do I want to augment the set I'm gonna push with first, or do I want to augment my Gothic so I can farm faster or more efficient paragons, I guess, more efficient-ish stuff, and better gem levels for everything else. I haven't really decided yet. Or I guess I could push with Gothic first too. I wanted. Still sounds like a horrible experience, but I think I think I might do it anyway. Ooh, hurt. Am I gonna play D3 in the multi shot? Oh, absolutely. That's my favorite set. Absolutely. I have every intent. Just can't really farm like I would want with UE, but I'll be pushing with it though for sure.
My attack is full.
Oh, I forgot the gamble. My last run, my last trip. Do I use ExpressVPN for games or streaming, or get specific scenarios? More so specific scenarios. I don't really necessarily need it for gaming, but I do use it for other scenarios.
Fortune favors the bold. Well, isn't that nice? Overburdened. You look like you could use it. Come back again.
What up, kiddo? Is there a web link to what gear you're using for this for this guide? Actually just now seeing that comment. Not anymore. I do have a video where I did I did do a season 24 Demon Hunter guide video like some years back when it first came out. I still got that. If you want to, take a look at that, you can. Because I mean, nothing's changed since then. But yeah, other than that, we have stuff on Maxroll for, efficient God 6 farming. I think I actually might lower the difficulty just a little bit. Let's put this in the Last 6 tab, whichever that is. Yeah.
You look like you could use a new item or Z soon. I can't carry any more.
So I'm missing a piece of Guardians. No, I'm not. Oh, you saw it, yeah. You mean the helm, yeah. Did my speed farm 123 is under 2 minutes, bro. Over 2K Paragon. Yeah, I'm only like what 800. So I probably should finish off putting all my stuff out, right? I forgot to do that. Spend the rest of my points.
You look like you could use you soon. My pack is full. Fortune favors.
I'm not augmented or anything, but soon.
What a steal.
Soon. Oh, this is gonna be bad anyways. Except for maybe these two. I was thinking about trying the no Guardians with COE variant. For pushing is good. Like you want to do that for pushing. You can do all gills with that too if you wanted. But yeah. In terms of farming is concerned, nah. You don't want to do that for farming. Damage petition range is insane. Well, I mean, it's in like a speed farm scenario. I mean, it's still average like 50%. The problem I have with in the speed farm scenario is that like you don't always get your coal cycle when you want it and need it, and like that's kind of the problem. So I won't say the problem, but it's just like your damage is so inconsistent, but it still ends up being like about 50%. Technically speaking, all gills would be better because at least you're getting, when you combine the two bonuses, you're getting about 60-ish% roughly damage versus elites, which is the thing that takes longer to kill than trash. So like all gills ends up being the better thing later on when you have pretty high Paragon versus COE for speed farming, because it's always available, and it's available when you want it to. COE instead of for max elemental damage. Well, the COE doesn't add to your elemental damage at all. It's a separate multiplier, right? And I think Stone of Jordan would be weaker than Focus and Restraint any day. For God 6, that is. If you're doing something like actually I still can't think of anything that you would use Stone of, like you would actually wear Stone of Jordan and get better output on. I wish it was more useful. Like on the Demon Hunter. I do really wish that Stone of Jordan was more useful on Demon Hunter. It's kind of rough. Is it on groups you think it will help? I mean, I still think. Are you still talking about COE? When you're using Rachel's range CO. Are we still on COE? Get away from that. Oh, so no draw. Oh well, yeah, that's different. Well, T16 things. You look at it and things die. In fact, I actually think bowlers were better than T16 to be honest, because they travel faster. So like they're technically more efficient. But you know, who wants to like have separate pants and belt for Ebolas? Got 6 Ebolas. Use shadow shot. Everybody uses shadow shot for T16. But I guess what I'm saying is, if we're talking about like, you know, got 6 T16, Bolas is technically better. Like you're gonna. Hungry Arrow's projectile is slower than Bolas in general for 1, and 2 you have to wait for it to hit something to actually pierce to get the shatter, and then the shatter has to travel as well. Whereas Bolas, it makes impact, it explodes immediately, and it also travels faster. So you're actually clearing slightly faster with Bolas than you are with Shatter Shot, Hungry Arrow. That used to not be the case before the God 6 buff, back almost a year-ish ago or whatever, when Bolas wouldn't one-shot, but now that they do one-shot now, in T16, bowlers are actually slightly better. Not enough for anyone to make the switch per se, but it's kind of like if you want to do something different other than than Hungry Arrow for a different type of content, that works. Like I probably would do bolas too whenever I get better, whenever I get the pieces to be able to do bolas as well for T16. Yeah, volatile explosives, K-Dog. Volatile explosives, man. It's also very satisfying. That's another thing. It's very satisfying to use. The Hungry Arrow is very puny. But volatile explosives is just, it just feels so good. Did I hit? So where the elites at? Map is so bad.
I'm here to help. I need to go back.
You have to use on your doing second. Yeah, you do. This is actually better, a better focus. I'm not gonna play shadow, so we'll just leave it as is. I think I'll hold on to that. Can't keep it.
Fortune favors the dream come back again. Unoverburdened. You look like you could dream come back again.
Lightning. Bad. Took it up to 10. Crocodile, what's going on? I think it's been a minute since I've seen you. How you been, man? Doing good. You been busy all day? Or you been busy in general? You still gaming at all, or? Some gym craft? Okay. Okay, at all, let me know. I also appreciate the follow. GG! Yeah, man, what's up, man? That alert, yeah. I got the burrito. I do have the burrito, jamming. Made to the front page of Shadow Soul found yesterday. Nice, nice. Did you want to play Shadow, or is that like that's the 6-piece set you got so far? very competitive, I'm sure. You're just doing it for the years of work conquest. Ah, okay. I think this is kind of like the sweet spot. 115 is probably the sweet spot here. For now, for my gear level. Bro, what are you at least at, though? There you is. There you go. Where's that? Okay, I don't need either one of those.
I need to go back.
That's what I get. This is the family I get. Some nice ashes we'll take.
Fortune favors. What a steal. Well, I can't carry any more. Nice. Want to see what you'll get? What? I didn't even know I had that thing. Fortune favors. What a steal. That is too expensive.
$200%. I think yeah, we'll stick to 115. About to run really low on gold now. Probably quit that. Kimizan, what's going on? First time here. Why is your Heartseeker guide on Maxroll lacking so much compared to other guys on Maxrolls? Can you explain what is lacking by chance? That's a very general statement. Also the first time I'm hearing that. And definitely not your first time here, because you would have had a first time chat. So it sounds like a troll. But I'll let you cook for a bit. It's your first time here? No, it's not. Because then it would have said first time chat. So if it's your first time here, it's your first time saying something, it would literally say first time chat. You forgot being here. So are you gonna give me more information than what you gave me? Because the first time I ever heard that it was lacking, what were you not able to do with the Heartseeker guide? Yeah, it was like, crap. I'm running into dead ends. No, but like I said, I'll let him. I'll let him cook. Good thing Mika's not here. Mika would have may not have been so nice about it. Wow, that hurt. Well, that actually propped my awareness. That was actually not a good. I think because I had all those dead ends, I took way too long. Something tells me he left. I know he's there. I actually want to read this. Hold on. When people were to get some of their items, there's also no way to know how to assign talent Paragon points based on where the person is past level 50. Also be mad at people for providing critical feedback. So I'm okay with feedback, but that's like saying, let's just say if the first time you seen someone and you said, and you come at it, whereas why is your guy so much lacking? You can just say, why is your guy different from everyone else's? The way that you phrase it is very combative. And so to answer your question, Kimizon, if you look at all the other specialized guys that are also in-game guys, the template is different. So when you say all the other guys, you apparently didn't look at the other specialized guys, did you? Did you look at the Windshear guy? Did you look at Andarios? Did you look at Grenade Rogue? There are other guys that are quote unquote in game, but they're specialized and they have the same template. So the template for Heartseeker is very similar to the template of other in-game guys that are also specialized. So we have to follow a certain format. That's why you don't see the things that you ask. Because if you look at my rapid fire guide, the things that you mentioned is there. If you look at my barrage guides, if you notice, the things that you mentioned are there. And guess who the author is that? Me as well. So I'll be as blunt just like you were towards me. Okay. Try reading other guys first and then have an informed opinion about what I'm doing with my guides. Because apparently you didn't look at the other stuff that was there. Now that's critical feedback that you can take. Look at the specialized tag. Look at how the template was written and notice that it seems to follow a very specific format. It even tells you at the intro of these specialized guides that there are specialized guides, meaning they're going to have a different approach or a different template. Because you can't really level with them in the way that you can in-game guides. So, but don't take offense though to what I just said. I'm just, you have to take critical, feedback, right? Anonymous gifter. Appreciate you, man. Put the gift this up. But no, in a serious manner, in a serious manner, the way that I normally would respond to that, to be fair, it's a specialized guide. Initially, that we ended up putting in-game tags on, so they don't follow the same format. In fact, actually, I will go a step further. Let's take a look at it together. So give me a sec. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna actually pull it up for you. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Not what I wanted. Not that one. This is one. All right, so let's take a look at this. You say you're excited? Okay, so let's see what the things you're asking for, right? You said, so everything you're asking for, right? Let's take a look at my rapid fire guide, right? So we have this. We have the skill tree and gameplay. We have the gameplay, the alternatives. We have the specialization. We have the scrolling Paragon board, which I think all of them has. We have the glyphs here, in-game progression stuff that's not on specialized guides. We have progression steps, which is I think what you were asking for, right? So like all this is still here, right? For a rapid fire. Also build scaling facts and mechanics. Stat priorities. I actually did do this for Heartseeker even though I wasn't supposed to. But this is rapid fire, by the way. So Although, keep in mind, rapid fire is an in-game guide that starts at level 50, right? So we go to build guys here, right? And we go to rogue, right? So we have in-game. But if you notice, some of these in-game guys have specialized next to them. So like, let's say you click on Woody Joe's grenade rogue build guy, right? If you notice, on Woody Joe's rogue grenade is missing everything that you mentioned. Did you go and tell Woody Joe why his grenade rogue build is lacking on Maxroll? Because it doesn't have anything that you mentioned. There's no progression steps. There's no stat allocation. There's no anything. You totally go message Woody Joe and tell him like what's he doing with these guys, right? But in all fairness, these are specialized guides. So that's why we have a specialized tag. So they're not gonna have a full-blown in-game progression like the just in-game guys are. I can see where the confusion is, but ask. Don't say, why are your guys so bad compared to the other guys? Like, that's not how you approach something that you want to understand, right? So I'll give you another example of a specialized guide. Okay, so we got that. One-shot rogue. See, one-shot rogue, specialized guide, same exact ordeal. Doesn't have a lot of the progression stuff that you see with the in-game guides. Case in point, let's go back to in-game here. And let's go to, let's say, Barrage Rogue in-game, right? So Barrage Rogue in-game, this is what I'm responsible for. Has a skill tree gameplay, right? The gameplay here, the video here, the specialization, resource cooldown, management, progression goals, progression steps, right? Because it's a true level 50, start at level 50. It's not specialized. Yeah, changing my words. Well, you said so lacking. So lacking. Okay, that's fair. I'll use your words. You said, why is your guide so lacking compared to all of the other guides? So if we use your wording, right? Let's use your wording, right? If it's so lacking compared to the other guys, right? Let's take a look at Heartseeker. Okay. I even give you multiple setups in Heartseeker. So I don't have progression steps, but I give you multiple setups to play with Heartseeker, right? I even give you your Paragon board on each one. In fact, on the Giga Min-Max, you even have a different Paragon board. So I do give you several Paragon boards and several planners to use. Also, going down to gear and stat requirements, I left that there. And I gave you a stat allocation sheet. Most specialized guys don't even have this. But if it's so lacking compared to all the other ones, using your words, right? We're using your words right now. If it's so lacking compared to the other ones, why didn't you have a problem with this one that didn't have any of what you just saw? There are no variations. There are no stat allocations, as you see, and very little in terms of mechanics section. And this one, it hasn't really been updated that much. So if it was lacking compared to all the other ones, how do you explain this according to your metric? That's why I'm thinking you didn't look at the other stuff, because there's no way you could have looked at the other stuff and come to that conclusion. The point being is, yeah, specialized guides. But I do want to showcase what that is. I wanted to actually show you. You said you think you got it? Stop being so thorough. We won't have enough to complain about. No, it's just like, I mean, I'm just making sure I understand. Is Barrage an S grade build again? Well, I mean, it's the end of the season. I mean, it's A. I guess you could say borderline S. But I mean, at this point, you just kind of play with whatever you have, you find fun. Hey, aw. 11%. Yeah, I guess that's doable. We'll hold on to it, I guess. It's kind of awful, but we'll hold on to it. Dotting I's and crossing T's.
I didn't even know I had that overburdened. Fortune favors. See you soon. You look like you could use. I cannot afford that. I didn't even know I had that thing.
Is it thanks for informing the different features on Maxroll. So the thing is that I can actually understand the confusion. I actually understood why you're confused. Just maybe word that a little better next time. That's all I'm asking. Criticism is fine. You were a bit abrasive with your comment at first, and I'm just like, wait, what? It's worse than every other guide on Maxroll? Like, that's a bold statement. But I can understand where you got the confusion from. I'm changing your words. You said it's missing. It's lacking compared to all the other Maxroll guides. Which obviously wasn't really a true statement either. Right? So while I'm still playing D3, new season. Yeah, once more information on D4 comes out with the new patch or whatever, I'll be back to D4, but that'll be like about a week from now, roughly. And D3's ethereal season is actually a lot of fun. So, like D3 didn't just all of a sudden become bad because D4 is out. So when D3 has a good season, then I'll play some D3. Cinder was going on. I mean, there are some things I do enjoy more about D3 than D4. I would say I overall probably enjoy D4 more than D3. But there's a certain charm of D3 that I don't think D4 will ever hit. And that always gives me a reason to come back and play. Adam says 2 weeks until patch notes. How long ago was that tweet? As a lot. Have you felt the urge that you want to play Spiritborn more? For me, that's the biggest question for how fun it was. I mean, I want to say that. I mean, since I've already played it, it's kind of like I know it. I'm gonna say I know what to expect. Obviously, we played level 30 version, right? There's a lot more to the Spiritborn than even what we got a chance to play. But I'm excited to play it in the expansion, yes. Do you think that uniques will be usable again in Season 5? Well, they tried to make some brand new uniques and made them very strong. Too strong in some cases. Like borderline, you almost practically must have. Oh, a primal rucksack. Interesting. So I think those will probably get tuned down again. But I think the old uniques that they're going to look back and like buff again, I think they're going to be strong enough for you to use over possibly some temper items, because they're going to also have some temper stuff on it too. I don't know if you saw the Wind Forest, where they reworked the Wind Forest a little bit, where now Barrage has the, you know, chance to shoot, you know, to double projectile or whatever now. So like now, you know, Wind Force is going to actually be good on Barrage builds that isn't poison related. So like, I think that's the reason why like a lot of sites right now, including Maxroll, we don't really have any theory crafting really going on for builds for season 5 until we get the update. Until we know what all the other buff uniques are going to be. It's hard to kind of like put together thorough builds until we know what's going to actually change or what the new values are. So a lot of us are kind of holding off until we get more information about it. On July 18, someone asked Adam when season campfire would be. He said in a couple of weeks with final notes and all. The season starts what, August 6th or August 8th? The next season. Kind of forgot. I think it's like the 6th or the 8th or somewhere around that range. If Adam says in a couple of weeks, I mean the next season starts in like a couple of weeks. Unless they're gonna move the season back or something. So, I mean, are they gonna have the campfire like, you know, 3 days before the season starts? 4 days? That'd be so tragic, honestly. You like putting up with critical feedback. It's all good, man. I think yeah, I mean that would be really bad to have a campfire in the notes like literally the weekend before. You know how difficult that is for Maxroll and other sites to actually put together like complete builds and stuff based on completely new information. With a lot of things changing, like that's rough. Like you're talking about like pulling literally all-nighters for the entire weekend to make sure we have guides and stuff updated before Tuesday. That sucks. Like we have to literally cancel any weekend plans we got. if that's gonna be the case. Adam is cool, but what about Bjorn? I talked to Bjorn for a lot last weekend. He sat at my table along with Leviathan, and we talked a lot about like the game itself, like just the way the game was designed, and you know, kind of what they have planned. Some things I kind of can't tell you guys because you know, they wouldn't have revealed those things to me if I was gonna go back and say them. But it's very interesting how they approach the game and how much they know about the stuff that we complain about that we want to see better. But yeah, they are very knowledgeable individuals. Of course, you know, I mean, like Leviathan's a gamer, so of course, you know, he gets it because he plays, he games, he's a min-maxer, so. Bjorn I guess didn't really know much about until the weekend being in Cali. But it was a pleasure talking to him. You think you put in over 4K hours in D3, you never played again? I got about a little over 11,000 hours on my Demon Hunter alone in Diablo 3. I don't mind it in like small spurts, right? You know what I mean? Like I'll play like D3 for like a couple of weeks per good season, if that makes sense. Like a Theories is a good season, so it's like I'm down for that. Not to mention there really isn't anything going on in D4 right now, so it's kind of like we're all waiting for season 5 info, so it's like I got some downtime. Might as well kick it in D3. Did it seem like they had long-term plan? Oh yeah, they do. I just can't tell you what they are, but they do. There's a lot in stored coming. That there's just so much in the pipeline that there's like, I'll put it this way, they have a lot of backlogged stuff that they want to get to, and they're really excited about it. It's just they have to pick and choose what's gonna come first, kind of thing, and also how much time it takes in a sense. So yeah, it's they're really, I'm gonna say they, but I guess the people I've talked to are really involved in putting things into the game. I'll put it that way. It's probably the best way I can say it. Putting things into the game. Crit was going on. Crit Monthly was happening. Any good way to find primals? Speed farm. You know, get a lot of legendaries to drop per hour kind of thing. Whoa, that's a really good rucksack. All right. I'm going to have to hold on to that one. Almost couldn't have asked for a better roll on that. Almost. If that socket was something else, it's where I can roll the decks off. That actually would have been a perfect, absolutely perfect rucksack. But didn't roll that way. It's okay. The decks is still good enough. That is my Marauder shoulder. Marauder whatchamacallit. So we Gucci there. This is actually a better glove. Use it now. Visions then, yeah, visions are like speed GRs or whatever. Visions is probably is better, but you also got to remember you have to find the visions too, so you got to keep that in mind. So just keep that in mind when you're searching for the visions. That, I mean, if you're in visions the entire time, then visions will just be better, period. But you do have to find the vision, and spawn them, which they're not hard to spawn, but is still, they can be a bit finicky sometimes. Is that a strength one? And it's prime, or and it's ancient, so I guess we'll swap out there.
You look like you could. Well, it's a good paperweight. I can't carry any more. Heed was my see you soon. You look like you could. I cannot afford that.
In the age, yes, pretty much. Kind of is what it is. As much as I want to say stuff, you know, it's just kind of is what it is. Could imagine what it would look like if we put the same hours at the gym as we do gaming. Oh man. I guess that can apply to anything, right? But yes, I mean that example works too. What's in my queue? Dawn, Death Diggers, and Warrior Ring, I believe. I hope endgame is gonna grow because I keep getting burnt out at endgame too quick to start min-maxing. Yeah, endgame will grow. I think they really wanted to make sure that the foundation, which is itemization, was like good first, which makes sense, right? You know, if your foundation sucks, adding to a bad foundation isn't gonna help your game or your cause. But yeah, there are things coming. I'll put it that way. Things are coming. PoE season new season looks wild. Yeah, there's a lot going on in PoE too, PoE as well. Blizzard only showed the Spiritborn. They haven't like touched expansion info, which is also gonna be wild when they do. And I'm saying this as like someone who doesn't really know what's coming in the expansion. I might know like a little bit more than y'all, but there's still a lot that I don't know in the expansion that anyone really don't really know. But yeah, the one thing I will say is that every Diablo expansion has always been like good. It's always been a game changer to the game. They've always made big significant changes each time, and this time won't. I mean, they have a good track record of that. They have a bad track record of releasing pretty awful Diablo launches per se, but they've always had a really good track record of releasing a really good first expansion. So yeah, you hope that Chain Lightning build is good. Oh, Wiggity, I actually didn't even see you there. I'm sorry. Currently playing D3 DH myself. Finished the season, did all the bosses, 20 minutes solo. Usually don't try to get them, but I got it done. Hope you're having a good stream. We're chilling. I'm actually surprised there's actually more people here than I thought would be here, honestly, for me. Considering I'm playing Diablo 3 and not Diablo 4. So I'm actually quite surprised at the attendance. The stream attendance without any major raids. I have people to talk to because grinding, grinding, for gear and Paragon can get very monotonous quick in a sense. Not that it's not fun, but it's like the time goes by a lot better when you have people to talk to in a game like this. You know what I mean? So it's good to hear. LOD, yeah, Reaper Souls is good too. Yeah, every Diablo expansion has always been good. So like, I have, faith in Blizzard to deliver for the Vessel of Hatred expansion, because of the track record. So I have no reason to believe it's not gonna be anything but like phenomenal. Thanks for teaching you. Have a good night. Thanks for sticking around. I know we had like a rough start, but yeah. Hope you enjoyed your your time here. How's your day? Like the new class? New class is very well designed, extremely well designed. You'll be hard pressed to want to play any other class at expansion launch. Then again, we haven't seen the other classes and what they're doing in the expansion, so it's kind of hard to say that either. But yeah. But yeah, the new class is very well designed. They did a very good job with that. Just to be contrary, I'm not playing Spiritborn. I mean, I'm probably still gonna main rogue, but I mean, I will be playing a lot of Spiritborn. There's no way I don't play that class at launch. Only thing is, I need to figure out how that's gonna affect content creation on my side, because Spiritborn is gonna be all the hype. So should I attempt to make Spiritborn content? But if I do, there's like millions of content creators making Spiritborn content, so it's kind of like I'm gonna get drowned out being considerably smaller than a lot of them, than some of the guys who are gonna be coming in making content for the class, right? So my thing is that, well, maybe I should still make rogue content at the beginning, because no one's gonna really be, I said no one, but there's a market that people won't be hitting, right? But then I can be missing out on Spiritborn. So like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm in a I don't know territory at the moment, trying to figure out my life. The lane will be very crowded, yes. But all it takes for like is for one video to blow up and somehow get views, right? Because it's Spiritborn related. Right? Whereas I don't think I'm gonna have that X factor with, you know, just making real content still, because that'll be more of a niche thing still. So I don't know. Keep the labs cooking for when people get bored of Spiritborn. Go back to their comfort food. I guess it's a good point. Yeah, there is that. The one thing I'm excited, I think the one thing that I think some people probably noticed is, but like the numbers seem very small. Like the numbers that we saw, like that we were hitting for and things. It seemed very small. Like I don't know if it's just like a test version of the build or whatever like that. So they were, you know, just giving us, you know, a very rigid test version, so the numbers didn't really matter. But if those numbers stay the way that they do, or even remotely close to what that is, I'm actually kind of excited about it. But people may not be, but like that might be indication of like possibly like a stat squish, and that would be major for the game because damage numbers will actually matter again. Like looking at the numbers will actually matter again. No more gajillions of damage, you know, numbers floating on the screen. So I'm hoping that that is the case. I don't know, but you know, the numbers were really small, and people still like what they saw in the Spiritborn. They didn't even care about the numbers that they saw on the screen, which, you know, that's how it should be. Like it should, you know, in terms of like how high the numbers were. Right. They just was cool about, they were excited to see the, you know, the mechanics of the class, and that's good. So I wish they never got involved with Activision because I feel like they just muddled the words. I could be wrong. Yeah, I never liked them. Yeah, Activision was a problem for Blizzard because they became, like, Blizzard became bigger obviously with the merger or whatever, and so they didn't have the freedom to do the things that they used to be able to do without Activision overhead. There's a much bigger like story involving that I won't go into, but let's just say Activision was a big reason why we got Immortal the way that we did, and some games went in some directions that they normally would not have. But yeah, Activision was bad for Blizzard. Yeah. What's up, man? Is there guide on Maxroll that isn't specialized for Heartseeker? I don't know why I'm struggling with it. So like, what questions do you like? I guess what questions do you have about Heartseeker? I'm free to answer any questions you might have, like in terms of like something that doesn't make sense, or like if you're missing something. What level are you to? That's another question to ask. Rob would definitely do Spiritborn. Well, he's gonna ride the hype for sure. Like since he's already a really big content creator, he's gonna benefit for speaking about Spiritborn like a lot, or you know, talking about it quite a bit. So he's gonna benefit from that big time. Especially if he stays ahead of the curve with that. Rob will stand the benefit big time. which makes sense. Like that makes sense. It's a better squirts. Oh, you're level 60. Okay, so Kimazon, let me ask you this too as well. Have you leveled any other classes yet, Kimazon? Like, is this your first level 60 character, or do you have like other level 100 characters? There's a big reason why I'm asking that, because so initially, Kimazon, we didn't. Oh, you have a level 100 Barman, level 45 Druid. Okay, all right. So this means you probably have the Moonrise aspect, and you probably have the adaptability aspect. If you have those two aspects, and you can start to temper vulnerable on, you know, some weapons, as well as the double Heartseeker chance on your weapon, then you can actually go ahead and play the build per se, roughly. It just gets tough when you don't have the other stuff prior to that, which is why we kind of left it as a specialized guide, because if you're leveling with it for the first time, it's really hard to play it because you're missing a lot of things. But yeah, so if you're just getting started with Heartseeker, I have it under the facts section too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Let me go back. So if you go all the way down to facts, when can I transition to this build? It's important to have a lot of vulnerable damage, but you want high roll on Heartseeker, cast projectiles twice, and a decent amount of lucky hit chance. But the bigger thing is you want Moonrise on your two-hand weapon, whether it's a bow or crossbow, and you want adaptability on your amulet. You get those two, and a way to proc vulnerable. So you have to have a way to proc vulnerable too. So keep in mind, you can't even proc victimize without having vulnerable of some sort. So generally speaking, let's see, in the guide itself, you have exploit glyph that helps with that. And also I think here in the gear and stat requirements, you want to use the accursed touch legendary aspect. Use this in place of elements if you do not have % chance to make enemies vulnerable as a stat in the ring. So you won't have that yet. So you want, so the three aspects you have to have, Kimazon, let me tell you this real quick. Adaptability, amulet, moonrise, weapon, and accursed touch. Absolutely need these three. Get some lucky hit chance. Heartseeker on, you know, projectiles on weapon. And then you can pretty much start destroying pretty easily from there. And then of course at that point you just kind of want to build into the build itself, the base setup for the most part. But yeah, that's your start. That's what you want to start with. Everything else is just gonna kind of fall into place because you're just gonna farm for it, and you'll eventually get the other pieces. Cold damage, but I actually need a socket for now. Yeah, this is an upgrade.
You look like you could use a new one.
For now.
Oh, isn't that nice? You look like you could use a new one.
Breeze is very rare, by the way. I found a lot of Hydra bows and a lot of repeating, just like it was in season 24. Man, Breeze is like obviously weighted in the opposite direction. Ooh, okay. This is not that I need the crit chance because, you know, Bariza and all, but still. how many things I'm gonna use. You have to elaborate. Is cool. Rob funny. I dig the Beavis haircut. Yeah. Oh, GK, what's going on, man? How's my day? Pretty relaxing, mostly. All I did was work though. I had to do a lot of music writing today because I got get all that. I gotta get a lot of it done by Monday. So I'm trying to space out my my work, I guess. So I'm not like trying to overdo it. Got me some wine and lobster roll. The place didn't even ID you. Yeah, it's not gonna give me a better hunger and error roll than this, is it? Oh yeah, it's 14%. We got it. Yeah, so we actually got a pretty decent hunger and arrow. Is it Bars will find a way. Rob always says Bargus even if he doesn't get any damage. No, I mean I think Rob is pretty fair in his assessment. Don't get me wrong, he will abuse the shit out of anything that works inside the game, but he's not one that's a fan of bugs by any means. He's always been pretty vocal about things being bugged and how he wished they weren't. But don't get me wrong, he will abuse the hell out of it because it's in the game. But he will always be vocal about them, you know, about not liking that they exist. Yeah, as long as it's in the game, yes. So he's not like, you know, using third-party tools or, you know, those kind of things. If it's in the game, it is fair game. Parents. All right, man. Oof. how much we need to start looking at like getting some augments soon. Although I need more skulls really. To be honest. So I can do more of the echoing nightmares. Speaking of which, let's come back to 115s. So I get a little stronger. Bards need to be nerfed. That would be better for other classes. That way they get a lot closer classes. I think so. I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. I don't necessarily. I think the biggest thing is that like when you do a nerf, try to do so in a way that doesn't take away one of the more fun mechanics of a class. And I think that's kind of what ended up happening, Barbs. And so I can understand some of the frustration there, where it's like, you know, the way that they went about nerfing was part of what made Barb fun in general. So, but yeah, something needed to happen to Barb, of course. But they'll still be strong. I mean, they'll still have good builds next season or whatever. They're not like unplayable or anything. This song though. Look, we appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Let's see what we can do.
I think I'm trying to I think 118. 120 is a bit too much. 15 feels. Let's try a happy medium here. Ow. Hurt. Hi. You want? I mean, I mean, I mean, they can see you. They saw you. That's fine. Did you have fun? Okay. I'm a WoW player and it's worse on Bass class than it is in Diablo 4, so I'm not bothered at all. I guess my thing is that, like, I mean, I want balanced classes here, right? Like, I want balance in general, just like, you know, other people. I'm not bothered by, like, I'm not as bothered by one class or classes being stronger than others in a sense, and as long as there's no competitive outlet that makes me have to compete against barbs or something like that, or a class that's just way stronger, because they don't really affect me per se, right? So like for instance, season 4, barbs being what they are didn't bother me on rogue that they're what they are. Same thing with sword being strong and of a certain thing. Like, it didn't bother me because it's like it doesn't affect what I do, whether they're strong or not. My demon hunter, sorry, rogue, say demon hunter. My rogue doesn't do anything different, right? Like, it doesn't perform different. It doesn't have different powers. Like, nothing changes on my, right? However, I do think that for the sake of talks and, you know, people wanting to play a certain class because people want to feel strong or relative strong, right? It'd be nice if balance was better. My biggest thing is just that I wish bugs were, there would be more aggressive in fixing bugs. That is what does it for me. Appreciate the follow. I just don't like things being good or bad, specifically on the rogue class, based on what's bugged. That's what's disturbing, because I don't know what's gonna work. I don't know what builds are gonna work, how to really like put together some builds, because I don't know what's bugged. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's working properly, what's not working properly. So it's always you're going into the season blind kind of thing. Wow, that's a pretty decent holy point shot for something I'm not gonna play this season. Which is why they gave it to me, because they know I wasn't gonna play it. No, well, hold on to it anyway. It's just because it rolled well. Yeah, I think 118 is fine. 118 feels good. Play the class I like to play. Sort of Necro and Barb, of course. I don't like bugs, but bugs always be in the game. You can always hope they can get close to fixes, but I'm not bothered like a lot of players are. It just makes it, as a theory crafter, it just makes it rough, because you want to know what works properly and what doesn't. So like, you end up not only as a theory crafter, but also as a guide writer for Maxroll. Like, you know how crazy that is. Like, you start a season off and you're thinking things work like the way they're supposed to, and then all of a sudden some things are broken and people are yelling at you like a day later saying, oh, by the way, this is broken, you know, why is it on the Maxroll guide? And I'm just like, I didn't know it was broken until just now. It's like, well, go fix it. And I'm like, well, I kind of can't. I'm like, sleep. No, like, it's like there's a lot of stress with trying to keep up with what's broken and what's not broken from a guide writer's perspective, because I got to make sure that the people who are reading the guides have up-to-date information. So if stuff is broken or don't work, and I don't know that it's not broken, it doesn't work because no one knows it's not broken, it doesn't work until people actually play the season, you know, it just gets really rough. So like, did I play from the season set? Actually, no, I did not. I did not try to get Nats. In fact, I was 2 weeks to even do the season journey, to be honest. So I just decided to just, you know, farm on the lower difficulties until I got something. So yeah, it took me a while to get God 6 up and running. I did get Shadow before I got God 6, so I played with Shadow for a little while. I guess God 666, you're really in trouble. What up, Electro? Yeah, my RNG is so bad, man. I'm glad to just be able to be blasting like for real now, like actually blasting. But I got a long road before I can get the stuff I really want for my pushes or whatever, so it's gonna be about a, you know, maybe a good another 4 days of kind of grinding, but I'm not gonna like be able to play like 9-10 hours or 11 hours a day for grinding, so it'll be like maybe 4 or 5 hours here, 4 or 5 hours the next day kind of thing. Hopefully that'll be enough time for me to kind of get enough of what I want to be able to do what I want. Not 100% certain, no. Yeah, D3, man. Ethereal season. I'm a little late in starting it, but yeah, here we are. What's the most similar non-barb D4 God Demon Hunter build? So you mean for D4? That pretty much doesn't exist. The Barb Whirlwind elixir thing is really, or the Barb Whirlwind Turiel's Might thing is the closest thing you're gonna get to that, unfortunately. Yeah, there's nothing like it at all. I'm one of them why they hate that they made it too easy to level fast and enjoy the slow leveling and doing all the quests. Yeah, I guess they wanted to streamline players getting into the end game because a large portion of the audience weren't even reaching level 100 or were, you know, losing interest before getting there. So they made the end game a little more interesting with better end game progression per se, and they wanted to get people there faster to enjoy the new systems and itemization or whatever. So that's a choice they made, and I get it. You know, for the vast majority that works. For min maxers or mega grinders, getting to 100, is a very quick process. Usually one stream's worth. You stream once for maybe 12, 16 hours, and then you're 100. I think. If you know what you're doing, so. But yeah. Maybe they'll address that in the expansion. But we'll see. Any GG ethereals yet? I do have a Bariza. I have a pretty nice win force, actually, for UE multi-shot that I'm anxious to use. Yeah, we got a key. Ring. We do want that ring. I don't care for any of those.
Let's see what we can do. I am returning to town.
Yeah, 4 level 100s on release. Wow. That's actually quite the achievement, considering that there wasn't much to do at release in terms of like content. So yeah, I mean, I really mean that. Like, that's actually quite the feat. Why didn't you level the last class to 100? I'll put it that way. Whichever class that was that you didn't get to 100. Just want to hold on to that. How many keys I have? 5 keys? Okay, that's not bad. Need some gems though. Probably should start doing some whatchamacallits and save the next broken crown I get so I can actually get gems.
Fortune favors the bold.
Good old Nemesis bracers, yeah.
Overburdened. Fortune favors. Wow, isn't that nice? You look like you don't forget. Cannot afford that. Always changes.
Ooh. Oh. Okay, not as good as what I already have, but I mean, close. This game, you should go back up and give it a go. I think for this season, yes, for sure. Vanilla's going on Happy Saturday, getting in D3. Usually don't see you on Saturdays. I wasn't on last weekend on Saturday because I was in California. So, but usually I do stream on Saturdays. Sunday nights I don't. But Saturday nights I typically tend to, or try to. Keyword is try. It doesn't always work out that way, but I try. What I want to do here. What's the Cliff's Notes for the season? Oh, it's just ethereals. So like it's the basically it's the same thing as what season 24 was. They just recycled it. But ethereals was a very good season, and it's basically the D2 weapons per se inside Diablo 3. that have really interesting and strong powers that you can farm for. They were the tie is since the last time I used it. Oh yeah, it's definitely different than what it was. But now you can reroll theories about it. Yeah, that yeah. I almost wish they didn't allow that, to be honest with you. I know that probably sounds super weird to say, but I was a fan of just having to find a better ethereal versus, you know, being able to reroll it. Like that. Sure, that makes things a lot quicker in some sense, but man, like what made ethereals like a really good season was the farming for a better one type thing. You know, dropping a better one. You get excited when you see Barrage fall on the ground because they're pretty rare. But yeah, I guess it works out for me now because I only have like about a week to play, so I guess the rush factor is cool, but which I guess nowadays too, since D3 is in maintenance mode, I guess that's fine. I guess we're not gonna play the season the way that we used to. Crossbow. So yeah, I've only seen one Barrage so far, and that's this one. Happened to be a pretty okay rolled one. But yeah, I've seen a lot of Hydra bows and repeating one hand or whatever, but wrong way. Press, what's going on, man? Thank you, thank you. 2 years of being a Twitch partner. Took only 3 applications to get it because they declined my first 2. First 2 tries, even though I had the metrics. Panlu, what's going on? Thank you. It's another ethereal. Okay, look at that. Everything but the baristas, right? Thanks, dude. How am I liking the earlier streams? I like it a little bit. Like, it does make it easier to kind of stream longer per se, because I'm not like as tired, you know, going into like the 2 a.m., 3 a.m. type ordeals or whatnot. It does kind of make for like pretty long days, because like if I'm doing something in the morning, afternoon, then I go straight into streaming. I have to kind of figure out dinner and hope I eat something before I stream sometimes. So there's pros and cons, but I think I can reach a larger audience being able to stream a little earlier, just because, especially like if you're from Europe or whatever, like me starting at night meant that, you know, those guys can never like watch the stream unless they're like staying up to 4 or 5 in the morning for my start time, or they are waking up and I'm still streaming, you know, at 4 or 5 a.m. my time, and it's like, you know, they wake up and it's like greetings from Germany or greetings from France or whatever, you know, so they don't really get an opportunity to kind of be able to watch during a chunk of it. So trying to like find a way to get like a median time frame without having to compete with such like so many of the other big names or whatever, because obviously if like, you know, some of the bigger names are on, like it makes for a tough sell to kind of watch me during, you know, the late day, early or late afternoon ish type ordeal. So I'm still playing around with how early. I was thinking maybe 6 o'clock, but I think today I started at like 7:30. And that was actually kind of all right. That's a pretty awful. Hopefully, it's a pretty awful. Awful. I forgot that the ethereals also can sometimes give you keys. Salvaging them. I was wondering why I haven't ran out of keys in the recent. I'm like, whoa.
That is too expensive.
The D3 UI is beautiful. Yeah, I prefer HD4's UI for sure. You each have a pretty easy start to season. No. Nats is the starting set. It's awful. God, it's so god awful. It's like literally the worst starting set you can get on Demon Hunter, unfortunately. So no. However, once you get the Barrage and you get Got6 going, it's pretty smooth sailing. Barrage is so freaking strong. the D4's UI update. I actually prefer D3's UI, honestly. Gonna be honest. I can actually see all my buffs instead of my buffs being hidden. Got 6GR 150 finish. What can you say about that? That or no surprise on that? I'm not surprised, honestly. I mean, I was planning on trying to do it myself, so yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, and I met some broad name River today at the beach too. Should you text her or let her text me? You should probably text. Granted that you met her on the beach, I expect the traditional hookup rules still apply, so you should be the one to text. I mean, you should. I mean, I wouldn't text today. Like, you know, maybe like tomorrow or the next day or something like that. Maybe. But don't text. Don't text today. Don't text the same day that you got the number. But don't wait too late either, obviously. But if you text today, you're gonna look desperate. If you wait like 3 days, something like that, then she's gonna think you're not interested. So you wanna like, yeah, at the earliest tomorrow. So therefore, it can look like, oh, you know, I was, you know, in the area, whatnot, and I thought about you. Just want to say hi or whatever. So it doesn't look like you were obsessing over her the night before. So some girls actually would like that, but most girls find that a turn off, especially if it's like, you know, just hooking up in a sense. So like on Monday, probably later on. Like, I mean, you can do Sunday if you want. But like not early Sunday. Like it'll be like late Sunday or earlier-ish Monday is fine. Yeah, I mean Sunday is fine, just as long as you don't text her. I mean, you don't text her today. Like don't text her today. So anything but today. Yeah. You still can't find a good knife, Siri? Legit advice. She may be able to buy you alcohol too. When Jay, stop it. Thanks for the true invite. Glad to see people online in clan. Yeah, like I said, Ethereal is a good season. People like it, so I'm not surprised to see, you know, TPA members kind of, you know, getting in there and doing the thing. Fair enough, parents. Fair enough. How often do you increase your speed GR level after a couple of grades or a few hundred paragons? I'm always checking to see how fast I'm running and staying a couple of minute threshold. I kind of base it off of like how long it takes to kill elites. Like if it feels like I'm like taking like more than 5 seconds to kill an elite, then I would drop it down a little bit. Yeah, my baseline is how long does it take to kill an elite? Basically, that's kind of my baseline. Trash isn't really that important, but killing the elite pretty efficiently is pretty important. So right now 118 is like my baseline. Like 120 is just a little too long, because if I get into a bad scenario where I lose my squirts or whatever, it takes a while to kill the elite, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm sitting here too long. So I'll probably stick to 118s for a bit until I either get some good upgrades or start augmenting, I guess. You're so happy when you can find out you can reroll a theory weapon with bounty mats. Yeah, the bottleneck becomes legendaries. Sorry, Forgotten Souls now, right? At this point. Because bounty mats are easy to get. Forgotten Souls take a while. Like that's the farm. Where's the elite at? Fans. Shamish, what up, man? What up, sir? How's it going? Me. Ugh, rough. Also kind of rough. Ugh, nah.
Fortune favor. That'll look nice on you. I'm overburdened.
Yeah, man. On the D3 grind for a bit until next season ish. Till like more actual D4 news for season 5 kind of comes out. Kind of want to do some pushing and with Ethereals. Ethereals is a fun season. Just build on Maxroll. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say. It's more so mostly traditional God 6. Like I'm not doing anything special out of the ordinary. So yeah. Maverick, also what's up, man? Trying to reach DGR 150 before season 5 and D4. Yeah, I kind of want to do something similar where I try to hit I only have interest in 3 sets though. Obviously, I don't really care for Impale because there's no ethereal for Impale. So, but I want to do God 6, UE multi-shot, and M6 multi-shot for the 150 clears. So that's kind of my goal. I want to try to get all 3 of them in the 150. What build am I going to push first? I don't know. It's actually, I think whatever I had the most ancient pieces of gear to augment first is probably what I would do first. But I think a part of me too almost want to take it a little slower, like actually augment my God 6 so I can farm the higher GRs quicker in the sense, so I can get my Paragon up a little faster and also get my legendary gems up a little bit higher in a somewhat speed manner-ish. So I think I might do that and then like start farming to augment other stuff. I think so yeah, I don't really know what I'm gonna do first actually. Just depends. How much Paragon I think I need? I don't know. I gotta look at the leaderboards and see what others have done so far. And at what Paragon. I can kind of gauge by looking at their gear and their Paragon what's actually needed, I guess. How many keys it probably took them to do such and such. I think M6 would be the easiest to get the 150 on. Out of all the sets that I want to play, M6 is probably the easiest. So like that will be easy. UE would be the next easiest, I think. God 6 would be the hardest to get them 150 on. So actually, let's take a look at the leaderboards. We might as well. So solo season. Actually, what is this? Oh, that's 3700 Paragon. Never mind. Who cares about that? All right. Solo season. Solo self found. That's hardcore. Oh no, this is solo season. Holy shit! What? 3700 Paragon already? Like solo? I mean, Jago's a blaster and also a cheater, but we're not gonna go into too much of that. But holy what? Hey, Tummy Rubs, what's going on? Yeah, so Tummy Rubs with the 150, 2400 Paragon, 10 minutes. He probably could have did it definitely under 2400 Paragon. But I'll be taking a slightly different route than this. Gonna do an ambush, that's right, because you got tactical advantage on your wind force, unfortunately. Yeah. Stay at home dad. Is that the name of the I see. Oh man, okay. This is Gas 6, it looks like. Or no, this is NAS. NAS 46. This is NAS 2. This is Gas 6, okay. Or no, actually wait a minute, no it's not. NAS. He just did the Gas 6 transmod, they're full people. I'm not fooled by that. This yeah, so 149, 148. These are 1900 Paragon, 2900 Paragon. I remember Giles. Perfectionist passive. Got some really good pieces of gear though. I think it's just a matter of time. He'll get it. That's the best quiver he was able to get. That's rough. Yeah, dude. Freaking 3700 Paragon though. That's insane. Like to have already. Yeah, here's some other like it's like Gothic stuff. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe around 20, like about 2000 Paragon with like really good gear should, you know, and if you do like the dual generator, I could probably get it in like maybe 1600 Paragon, roughly 1600 Paragon if I do dual generator. And I want to like, but I think I might do M6 first so I can unlock 150 easier for God 6. Um, yeah. But I mean, this is also really strong too, though. So I can't really like Fortress Ballista is also very strong. But when you get the shield pylon, you kind of lose you lose the value of shield pylon. Fortunately. Yeah. So yeah, not bad. I don't have to grind that hard. Paragon wise. It's like there isn't much competition either in general. Shadow, same thing. UE multi-shot. Actually, what was his gear? Okay, so he wouldn't even augment it and got the 140 in 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. He wasn't even trying. He was just getting the rank 1 and just kind of just walked away. Tummy Rose, I see you. Yeah. And then I don't really care about Natalia's, but Natalia's is there. And Gears of Dreadlands. Yeah. All right. See what's his gear look like. Actually pretty good. He's got some room for improvement too as well. He's also using Guardian still, even at 1900. August would probably be the play here at this point. But Guardian also gives you defense, so I guess it's probably safe. Play it this way, especially with the Fortress Ballista. I guess that makes sense to keep the Guardian. Very good pants too. Alright, yeah. Heartless. I remember Heartless. What's up, man? It's like going like nostalgia or nostalgic lane at this point. I wish I was able to play like earlier so I can like compete with those guys earlier, but oh well. We'll get there, I guess. So rank 1 push next weekend. Well, I mean it depends on the set. I'm not beating Jago and some other guys that are just much higher Paragon. But maybe UE, maybe God 6 if no one chooses to push anymore. Definitely not getting rank 1 on Marauders. What's going on, man? 554. It's been a while since you're here now. I've been trying to heal after having a double hernia surgery about 3 months ago. So it's not completely going too well, but I go back for another appointment on Tuesday to see what the next steps are, if I have to go back into surgery or not. So I guess we'll see. Other than that, got a townhome with the wife. So that's a big major development. I actually have a stream room now, which is kind of cool. It's no longer my sun room, which I had my setup in before. So definitely a upgrade. And then the neighborhood is really nice, and the neighbors are also very, very nice. Yeah, I think dual generator got 6 should be able to. I should be able to get that 150 in about at about 2K Paragon. Trying to level this gem up. Actually, need to get the gold gem up. Actually, forgot I had that. Kind of need that for T16 and all that jazz. So you just bought a house. How about those crazy prices? Yeah, it is. It is pretty bad right now. But we couldn't rent anymore though. Like the prices on renting, you know, our apartment of like that was just as bad. So it's kind of like bite the bullet and do the option that you know will end up being better in the long run, right? While rent continues to skyrocket, at least your mortgage won't. So like. And then we built equity and all that stuff. So like it just made more sense to just go ahead and go ahead and get the town home. But D3 did so many things right in its final form. It did. It took a while for it to get there though. I have faith that D4 will kind of reach that this level of polish, I guess, over time. Franklin, appreciate you, man. Thank you. I'll just refinance and get a low rate in the future. Yep, that is the plan. That is absolutely the plan. Yeah, but always taking that initial step is huge. It's just a lot. It's a lot. So it's been kind of a big hit, right? The townhome, obviously, and then the surgeries and things. So it's been a very expensive year. I'll put it that way. No, I meant to do the thing here. Boo. Oh well, I guess we'll start. Gore says slacker. I just saw that. Terrible Death Diggers. Oof.
You look like you could use a new one. See you soon. That will look nice on you.
Yeah, I mean, we made some pretty good progress today, though. We actually grinded most of the time. I say most. We did try to get a Royal Ring and kind of failed at that. I need to actually, finish up my, or get more further into my altar. I still gotta craft me a ancient Hellfire amulet. Still gotta do that. This is even better. We're gonna hold on to that. Actually, no, it's not gonna go on my field. It's gonna go on the guy 6 actually. If I get the right Bariza, then the holy point shot is actually what I want. Believe it or not. For speed farming, that is, not for pushing, but for speed farming. It's happy partner anniversary. Thanks, man. Thank you, thank you. Let me get up a stretch real quick. I'll be right back.
One time, I miscast the charm spell, and Sister Liza was fawning over me for a fortnight. It was mortifying.
Alright, guys. Let's see. Happy partner anniversary. Thanks. Appreciate you. Okay. Alright. We'll farm a little bit more. Or we'll play a little bit. We'll play a little bit more. Actually, when I run out of keys, stop for the night. I don't really feel like trying to farm keys, to be honest with you. So when I run flat on keys, we'll be done. But to give us a better chance at it, let's go ahead and like salvage some of these pretty poor ethereal. See if I get some keys from any of those. Bad. Like I don't know why I'm holding on to some of these. All right, this one's bad. This one's very good. This one's mediocre. See how many you got keys? You got Forgotten Souls, okay. Okay, got keys from that. Forgotten Souls. Actually, wow, these guys give a lot of Forgotten Souls. Actually quite impressed. This is your jam. I think I can probably do 120 now. Like in a pretty efficient-ish manner. Ow. Okay. Maybe not. We'll see. I should think the one team might just. That's a pretty bad first map though. Finish up the gold gem. True Nugget, appreciate the follow. That was better than the previous one.
What do you need? I need to go back.
Empirical voice I haven't used. It's actually quite a bit of decks. Aw, freaking circle. This verse though. So not sure the 120 is actually worth it. I mean, it's 2.5. That was a 3-minute. I did have that one circle though. I will stick to 118s.
I am skilled.
118 was like the sweet spot, it seemed.
I need to go back. I have more control now.
the bot really. Oh man, bot did not like that statement.
You look like you could use a new. I didn't even know I had
My
that
pack
thing.
is full.
Fortune favors the bold.
Wait, name.
You look like you could use
Don't
it.
forget, that
Luck
is too
always
expensive.
changes.
Paragon's starting to slow up a little bit now.
Hello. I may be able to help you. I am returning to town.
Okay, so one more point to the athlete finally level up the other gyms. That was a good riff, yeah. 118 is where it's at for me.
Let's see what we can do.
25.
Gotta remember myself to save a broken crown though.
I've become stronger.
Machine, what's up? Oof, that hurt. About to go out, back out now. That's cooler. It's only 103. Pretty rough run, actually. Comparatively.
Let's see what we can do.
I need to go back.
Be good. Actually, this is probably a good spot to kind of stop at, I think, for the night. Thick video. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. Okay, that works. This works. Okay. I mean, I don't even have to roll anything. It's just like, all right, cool. That's, I mean, it's a slight upgrade, but it's an upgrade nonetheless. Just hold this for bolas or something. It's not. I know. I wish it was ancient, man, but it's still an upgrade for now. Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's a good. Yeah. Yeah. No. Don't think I have it. A good Marauder helm, do I? I don't. This would be decent.
Fortune favors. I didn't even know I
I'm
had that thing.
overburdened.
You look like you could use a new
What a steal.
You look like you could.
Well, you
Isn't
cannot
that nice?
afford that.
Oh man, no discipline. Oof. I could have used it if it had discipline on it. But discipline. All right, we did good so far. I think we did. We did pretty okay today. Got some of the gems leveled up to a pretty decent amount. So I guess I'm gonna call it for the night. But tomorrow or Sunday night is usually my night. What power do I have my Bariza? I don't know because it doesn't. It's quite irrelevant. It's the multi-shot power and awareness passive. So it's the only Bariza I've found so far. So it's good enough for now, I guess. But yeah, I definitely need a better one for sure. I said, don't leave us. Yeah. Yeah, it's that time. I gotta head out. I actually got work to do. So generally speaking, I don't stream on Sundays, and I'm probably gonna stick to that. So you probably won't see me tomorrow, mainly because I have a lot of work to do, man. Like if it wasn't for me having to catch up on my writing and stuff, I would totally stream tomorrow night, but I can't. So but I will see y'all on Monday. I found that Vala makes a slight difference. Yeah, I'm honestly looking for the eventually the Odyssey Zen power or the Vengeance power, one of the two. Because when I push, I'm gonna do dual generator. So Sanjakama, I actually didn't even know you were still here on YouTube. I see you. Yeah, like I said, if y'all don't see me tomorrow, you will see me on Monday for sure. And then we'll continue the D3 grind, and then we'll Phil Mike, what's going on, man? Yeah, we'll continue the D3 grind, and at some point next week we'll start pushing, and go for some 150s on the 3 sets that I said I want to do. Most of them will be fun. I think the multi-shot ones will be fun. I think the M6 multi-shots can be fun. The no generator one, because no one is doing that, and I'm pretty sure I can get the 150 on that with that without too much issues, as long as my gear is decent. We'll go for the UE 150. That's gonna take some time, but definitely doable. Then of course Gossix 150, which is also gonna take some time, but that should be doable. It'll give me something to do. I got some goals for for a whole another week. So hopefully you guys will be here for the pushes, because those are when it's actually fun to watch, I guess. And the grinding, the farming, not so much, but the pushing is usually pretty fun. Who else is in the category? No one's streaming D4 right now on my friends list at all whatsoever. Not a single person. I don't blame him, obviously. We went to Wario last time. Nick Thornton, I think he's isn't he a mod for Bannock? And does stuff for Rax, I believe. I'm not sure, I don't remember completely, but copy. Channel real quick. All right. Say hi to Nick. And like I said, I will definitely see y'all all week, starting Monday. hopefully I'll get done what I need to get done on Sunday. For sure. But thanks for chilling with me. I know D3 isn't D4, but it's really cool to kind of see some of you people that I normally don't see when I stream D4. So I feel like I made a good choice. We'll have fun. And as always, till next time.